All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. So we were going to continue last night, but I had to take care of a bunch of family stuff, and then I ended up just passing out for like 6 hours. Uh, so we're back. All right. Why is my broadcaster being like this? It was working fine yesterday. I haven't touched anything on this computer. Hmm. Hold on. Again, always technical issues with me, right? Oh, this is gonna really piss me off. Okay, nobody go anywhere. I'm gonna be right back. All right. Well, that seems to have re- repaired everything. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Okay, everyone. Welcome, welcome. As always, we had a little bit of technical difficulties starting off, but everything looks okay now, right? Okay. Jeez, okay. The struggles of streaming to like 8 platforms at one time, right? Anyway, we're going to continue working on this every Pokemon shiny version to celebrate the 10th anniversary of my original drawing of this. We were gonna come back on last night after the stream, but I had to take care of some family stuff, and by the time that was done with, I was so tired I just passed out for like 6 hours. And then I took care of all the family stuff this morning, and now we're here. All right. We're doing all the Gigantamax Pokemon today. So the goal today, not saying we're gonna meet our goal today, but the goal today is to recolor all the Gigantamax Pokemon. And then if we can do that, we'll move on to Gen 8. Why are there no like clear images of the shiny Gigantamax Pokemon? They're all just like cell phone shots from screens. So okay, I'm not familiar with shiny Cinderace. Actually, I'm not familiar with any of the shiny versions of the Gen 8 Pokemon. but it sure looks like he has a gray fur. All right, yeah, okay. Why is it so difficult to find reference pictures for the shiny Gigantamax Pokemon? That's kind of annoying. I have reference pictures for all the other just like everyone's base form. Okay, I got it. Hey, what's going on? B man, what's up in the YouTube chat? Tiago, how's it going in the YouTube chat? You think there's a spreadsheet or a site with the latest Pokemon game models 2D? I have like all the I have the references for the non oh excuse me, for the non Gigantamax stuff. I have like references for everything except the Gigantamax stuff. So once we get past this, it's going to be a lot easier. But for some reason I'm just having trouble finding specifically these ones. Come on. That's my fault. I should have came more prepared. I don't know why I didn't have those down already. We got it though. It's all good. How's everyone in the YouTube chat doing? I don't know why I'm all sideways. There, that'll work. Trying to like get comfortable over here. Working to figure out gift ideas for Christmas. Oh man, if anyone needs gift ideas for Christmas, I think is the easiest thing to do would be to pick up a print of this drawing of every Pokemon. No. It would never, it would not make it in time for Christmas. So don't listen to me when I say that. Uh, you could give them an IOU for one of these. Alan, what's up? So right now I'm just hitting it with some like quick colors. I'm actually gonna go in because you see how there's a lot of like empty spots, a lot of white spots. We're gonna go in and kind of clean all that up afterwards. I just need to get everything down where it needs to be. Like I want to get the base colors where they need to be, and then we'll go in with a brush and just kind of clean everything up. That's fine. First world problems over here. I gotta move the Cintiq, or else I'm move the Cintiq up, or else I'm gonna hurt my neck. But if I move it up, I can't see the screen. Oh, I can't see my chat boxes. There, I think that's okay. I think that works right there. Save it. I gotta look up the reference for the next one. Wow. All right. So the one with the blue pattern is the shiny one. Okay. James Brown in the YouTube chat. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't Evo is one of my favorite shows. I don't think I'm gonna get back in to the Artist Alley next year for reasons I can't talk about. But uh yeah, thank you for supporting this. Yeah, I've been wanting to do a full shiny version of this for so long. And yeah, I wouldn't have been able to commit time to this if people didn't buy the older versions, the original versions. So, oh, the 2017 one, that's like pre Sun and Moon, right? So, oh man, you have like an old one. That's cool because those are like out of production now. Oh, nice. Well, again, I appreciate that. Thank you. Speaking of prints, if anyone is interested in pre-ordering the full shiny version of this, it is only going to be available during the duration of these live streams. So I'm going to take it off the shop once once we're all done. What happened? I'm having so many technical issues today. Yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm only making this full shiny 10th anniversary version available during the live streams. Once we finish, like actually doing it, I'm gonna take it off the shop. Just like a fun little thank you to everybody. James, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't normally ask for people to like, share, and whatever, all that stuff, but I'm gonna really ask everyone if you have any, Pokemon friends or anything, go ahead and share this with them. We're gonna hit save. Notice what's going on, Twitch chat. We're gonna hit save. Takes about 2 minutes for the file to save, which is not bad. I remember before I upgraded my system. Do you guys remember when we were working on this? That was in a different build, and that took what, 5 minutes to save. So you guys know that I quit smoking, right? Cigarettes and vapes, but I picked up a vape specifically for this project, so I have a little bit of, because I don't want. I'm also caffeine free these days, so uh, I was like, you know what? I treat myself to a little bit of a pick me up, a little bit of a, you know chemical boost. I lost my vape. I don't know where it is. I had it for like 1 day, and I'm just like, fuck. 'Cause I mean, oh man, that sucks, man. So every time someone saw the print, they got they're shocked. Asked where he got it from. I appreciate that so much in the YouTube chat. I appreciate that so much. I never complain about my stuff not getting noticed because the people who do like it, like really like it. So I mean, I'll take that. Always happy about that. But it's been 10 years since I finished the original version of this. Somewhere along the way, I would like for more eyeballs to see to see it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, thank you. All right, so the Twitch chat drawing all generations of Pokemon for charity. That's going to be the next stream. You talking about yours? Hey, that's cool. That'll be awesome. I hope you have some coffee or something. So I'm bouncing between ugh, references for I'm because I have the you guys know I have the non-shiny. Whoops. I have the non-shiny version of this drawing already done, right? I'm sure you've all seen that. Um so this is a shiny recolor. I am using the non-shiny version as a bit of a reference because you see there's a lot of line art here, right? It's easy to get lost in it. So I'm using the old version as a kind of reference to help guide me where everything needs to go. So next is Machamp. Oh, hold on, we're not done here yet. All right, Gigantamax Machamp. We're gonna. Oh, I missed a spot. Oh no, that's part of Machamp's arm. What am I doing? There. Okay, I have to pull up a reference for the color reference for Machamp. So we'll go ahead and save it again, and then we pull that up. Oh, you're talking about mine? No, wait, you're saying that my next stream is going to be drawing every generation of Pokemon for charity? Well, we're not going to be adding Gen 9 or anything to this for a long time, and if I do, it's definitely not going to be for charity. I just got to say it right now. Wow, what the hell is going on with this? Oh man. If you could throw a boatload of money to you, my guy, I would. Hey man, you know how I always appreciate when the regulars come by. Okay, why is Sarah B being so complicated? I'm just wow. All right, so while this saves, I'm gonna go and try and find my vape because it's like because I've been nicotine free for like months now, right? And I'm getting a little tired because I've been up hella long doing stuff, and that is gonna keep me going. Give me a second while this saves. Somewhere around here. Yeah, I'm estimating this is probably gonna be like a minimum 2 weeks worth of work, especially at this rate. But I'm thinking once we get to Christmas is when we're gonna be able to kind of get a better like vision of when it's gonna be done. It's not gonna be done by Christmas, 100%. But I think when we get to Christmas, I'll be able to be like, okay, this is when. Yeah. So all right. Give me a second. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom. Shit. I found it. I found it. I had put it I remember now. I was packaging orders, right? Nah, I have to, man. Caffeine doesn't really do anything for me. Plus caffeine affects my sleep apnea versus nicotine doesn't. It's just some weird shit. Anyway, it's it's whatever gets the job done today is basically, what I got to do. But I mean, I appreciate the concern, but just I mean, you should be happy I don't do it on the regular anymore. I don't even crave it anymore. I'm only craving it right now because I'm so tired and I'm just like, all right, we gotta stay awake. Because I already passed out yesterday when I was supposed to, come back onto the stream. So anyway, I got it, and then I was packaging orders, right? And then I must have put it inside my roll of like, it says fragile, right? It's like the little sticker you put on a package that says fragile. I put it inside the roll. Anyway, found it. We're good. Now let's not blow it right into my computer. How about we don't do that? All right. I'm going to reference the orange and the yellows from the original version, the non-shiny version, and I'll use those as reference. Or I mean, I'll reuse those. What type of tablet am I using? I'm using a Wacom Cintiq 24-inch non 20 a Cintiq 24 Pro non-touch. I think it's the Pro. Yeah, no, absolutely not. No longer every day. I couldn't. Like, I physically can't. So, during my wife's recovery, as part of, like, all the lifestyle changes we have to do, uh, we, I mean, like the smell of any type of smoke, not just like from a cigarette, but like if it gets too smoky in the house from like cooking, it like really affects her. So one of the things that we had to do was just completely stop smoking everything. Um, and now I didn't even. I mean, we stopped cold turkey. There was so much going on that I didn't even think about it when we had to stop. And now I'm at a point where I can't remember when it was. I want to say I can't remember when it was, but I tried smoking like a Camel Crush, and I was like, huh. I can't do it, man. So my body's weak. Well, not weak. It's just my body's like it can't party like it used to. So that's good. I feel very fortunate because a lot of people, like my dad, when he quit smoking, because he's from the Philippines, he's been smoking since he was like 9 years old, right? Uh, and that's not exaggerating. A lot of Filipinos smoke from like 9, 10 years old. Um, when he had to quit, man, he had like the sweats. I remember when he quit, like, and it was cool because he just wanted to quit just because he felt like it. He was like, I'm over this shit. But I remember he was hard. He had to intentionally stop. So I feel very fortunate that like I was able to kind of cold turkey it and not have to go through all that stuff. My body's just rejecting it now. So more power to everyone who had to like manually quit. So I want to say hi to everybody on all the different platforms that we're streaming on. That's Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Instagram, TikTok, Trovo. Uh, there's another one we're on. If I didn't mention your platform, that if I didn't mention the platform that you're watching me on, then that's my bad. Yeah, so I'm using the Wacom Cintiq 24-inch. I think it's a 24 Pro, but it is the non-touch version. The touch version was a couple $100 more, and this thing was already expensive, right? Um, and there's no time where I have ever thought to myself that I would have rather had the touch. There's not a single time when I regret. You know what I mean? Like I've never ever thought to myself, "Oh, I wish I got the touch version." Because I had the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, which is the mobile Cintiq. It's like a computer slash Cintiq all in one. I had that for when I was traveling for conventions a lot, um, and I never used the touch function on that thing. Yeah, but that's just a personal thing. I know some people like to like pinch zoom. I use a Razer game little Razer gamepad. Yeah, I can't lift it. The cord is too tight. But yeah, I use a little Razer gamepad where I hotkeyed all my Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint stuff to it. So I basically never have to put like raise my hand. My left hand just basically just stays on the desk. Because I know the a lot of tablets come with like a little remote control, and uh, there's a new company making them too. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, so they have like little remote controls that you can use, but there's one that comes with a Cintiq. I still think that using it as some kind of gamepad, you know, where you sit your hand on it and it has like 20 hotkeys and then they're all blank and then you just map them out. That's a superior way to do this. My friend found a way to map Nintendo Switch the Joy Cons to his Cintiq. And I'm just like, oof, I'd rather just spent that money on something else. Okay, I'm getting a little confused here with what's going on. Oh man, this is some spaghetti over here. See, trying to remember where what everything is rough. Oh, you know what? Shit. But you know what? There are a lot of alternatives to the Cintiq now. Even just like the past 5 years, um was it XP pen, X pen, whatever it is. I have artist friends who use that as their main like professional tablet. Like like iPads, like pen to screen technology is not it's not like it's not some like crazy technology that Wacom has like a monopoly over anymore. You know, like back like maybe 15 years ago, Wacom used to be the leaders in like, oh, we like hundreds of thousands of pressure points, whatever, on our tablets, right? Um, but I mean, like phones have that kind of shit now. So honestly, uh, I like Wacom. I got this brand because like ever since I started drawing, it was just the one that I wanted, right? But if you don't have like an emotional reason to get it, which mine was that, it was not logical. Um, there are alternatives. And even like when it comes to mounting them now, because like mine's on an ergo arm, right? You've seen me moving it around. I had to get the brand name, the factory Wacom one, to fit this one. I think if I remember right, a lot of the non-Wacom tablets that are out just use a regular VESA, the the 4-pin mounts that you use for monitors. I believe that most of them just have that, and you can just get like strong. Basically, you could use an arm, the hydraulic arms for a monitor. You could just use one of those because if you get the Wacom brand one, um, it's like $300, and I've seen like the hydraulic like heavy duty monitor mounts on Amazon for like $30. So like if you are looking for a tablet, you can go with a different brand and you'll be fine. It's been a minute. Always happy to check on. Hey, what's going on? Oh, Instagram chat. My bad. I missed y'all. Yeah, I'm just celebrating the 10-year anniversary of this my Pokemon project, the original Pokemon project, by giving everyone what they have been asking for, which is the full shiny version of it. So we're taking the line art, the completed line art from the previous version, and shining it up. All right. So I know that a lot more that there's a lot more of this Gigantamax that goes behind these characters here, but it's hard for me to kind of decipher what's going on in the line art. I think when we finally start coloring in all this stuff here, it'll be a lot easier to sort it all out. So we'll just kind of leave that as is, and we'll go ahead and move on. Oh wait, we have to do his belt. What's it like doing a panel at a convention? Um, it's it wasn't really difficult for me. I've done. I think my latest one was a long time ago. My latest panel that I've ever done at a convention was I think it was TwitchCon like 2 years ago. But it's just like live streaming to me. Ooh, why are you gonna be doing a panel? Yeah, I don't get like stage fright anymore. I used to, but like after live streaming so much and then I've done so many live art like performances, drawing live, like in person, I don't know, it just doesn't phase me anymore. Oh, Mako, oh my god, hey. Uh we are fans of the work. Thank you for the raid though. So welcome everyone in the Twitch who just raided. So I am primarily a traditional artist. But this every Pokemon drawing project, I completed it the first version of it 10 years ago. So to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of it, I'm taking the completed drawing, stripping the original colors and recoloring the whole thing shiny. So it's just it's a fun little 10-year celebration project. So the YouTube chat you're looking at, yeah. So in the YouTube chat, we're talking about different brands of drawing tablets. Dude, yeah, like honestly, they're all good. At this point, they're all good now. All right. So I think we got Machamp done. Thank you for the raid. We we've we've actually studied your artwork on the channel a few times. Usually around Halloween time. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save, and then I have to pull up the reference for the color reference for the next Pokemon. It's gonna take about 2 minutes to save, so I'll be right here while it does that. So it's funny. Uh, we talked about this yesterday. How I can't remember the names of a lot of, let's say, Gen 8 and Gen 9 Pokemon. I just can't remember their names. So my Google searches have been like super funny. So like for this one, I wrote I wrote Pokemon Karate Bear. Okay, that's all right. Oh wow, the shinies of these are so similar. Well, this will be easy. I'm just gonna. I think I'll just clock the colors from the non-shiny version, carry them over. Okay. So the YouTube chat. You're gonna start doing conventions again once you finish your every hero drawing, and you're thinking about doing a panel. You should. Panels are really fun. I mean, if you're doing a panel on a subject that you're interested in, um, aka, or if you're interested in it, you're probably knowledgeable about it. It will like just fly by. Like the whatever they give you, the hour or 2 hours they give you, especially when people start asking questions, which I think should be a majority of your, like the biggest chunk of a panel from my experience, is best served as like a Q&A. But I mean, it's up to you what you want to do. But I find that like you could spend like if they give you an hour for your panel, and we're just waiting for the file to save right now, guys. If they give you, for example, an hour for your panel, you could do like a 10-minute intro, and then like the next however long, you could just do Q&A because then you don't actually have to think up of subject matter. You're just answering what people are asking. So it's a little easier for you, um, and it's like more practical for the people in attendance because then you get to like interact with them and answer their questions. So in my opinion, that's the easiest way to do a panel is to fill most of it with Q&A. Yeah, Karate Bear is pretty accurate. Um, what was what was the other one that I couldn't? I wrote electric guitar lizard. I think is what I put yesterday. Um, and then what was the other one? It was grass drum monkey. I think is what I put. You know how everybody says you can't notice the difference between the save times from a like a Gen 4 to a Gen 5 uh SSD. I'm just like, I bet if I was able to rock a 5 with this file or these level size of files, I would notice a difference. Unfortunately, I don't have one of those right now. Uh Ghost key. Ice cream cone, but you got to put like is it 1, 2 or 3 ice cream cone? All right. So the colors are so similar. It's just the yellow portions, like the beak and claws, are the only differences here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and just take the the existing non-shiny colors. Ah, sticky keys, you betray me. All right, hold on. That's pure white though. We don't want that. What software of this? You're using Procreate for your drawing and you ran out of layers? I use Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I depending on the demands of the project, I hop between Clip Studio Paint and Photoshop just because there's no limit to the size. Is it showing on screen? I think you could see my resolution at the top there. Yeah. So this is 14,000 by 21,000 and some change. Ran out of layers though. That sucks. Oof. That's one of the reasons I stopped using Paint Tool Sci. I love Paint Tool Sci, but they had a canvas resolution um, limitation. So I was just like, well, I can't stay with this program if there's going to be a limit to the size I could work in. No, you don't need to work in the kind of file size I'm using here, but because like um because I know that at some point eventually in the future I'll like work on it again and be adding Pokemon eventually at some point. I wanted to make it as big as like my system could handle at the time. So that's why I just went with like an overkill size. There's no situation where you need a file size as big as the one that I'm using now. Um, but but if you can, you may as well, right? No, no, it's Pixel. It's Pixel. I just the base the base model of it is just really really big, and then I downsize it for smaller prints. When it comes to the drawing, um, like the act of drawing, I don't like drawing in vector. It's just it's wacky to me. Getting a little confused to where his bandana goes into the crowd. Ah, okay. You're asking Scarlet Violet Pokemon will be added? No, I'm not going to be adding any more Pokemon. So what we're doing right now is just like a shiny recoloring, right? I won't be adding any new Pokemon here. Uh, for a long time. It's gonna be a minimum Gen 12. Absolute minimum will be Gen 12. I just I don't know. I don't like updating it that often. I just don't like doing it. I think it's cooler. I think it's better to just not. Is to update it as infrequently as possible. But also, I could even if I added Gen 9 right now, let's say I added Gen 9 and whatever we get in that next Legends game. You won't even be able to see them. Like look at this thing. I could add all of them in here right now and you wouldn't even know they're in there. So any type of update in the future, it has to be like massive. I need to add like 400 characters. Otherwise, you won't even notice it. So that's why I keep telling people Gen 12 will probably be the soonest I'll even consider touching this drawing again. Ooh. Oh, that makes sense. As much fun as it would be to use magnifying glass, it's not very practical. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it'll be more fun. So like whenever the day comes and we do a like adding Gen 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13 and then there's like 5 side games that came out or 5 Legends games out by then or something like that. That'll be a fun process, right? How it wouldn't be very fun if I'm like, "All right, we're going to add like 40 Pokemon," you know. You wanted to make every hero drawing a playmat size canvas. You're afraid of losing quality when you scale it. When you're gonna print it onto a fabric, I think I'd be more worried about losing quality printing on the fabric. But yeah, yeah, I think I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, yeah. So when working with bigger pixel or bigger sizes, um, just if your system could handle it, there's no reason to not work in the biggest size possible. I mean, unless you're like super duper tight on storage space or something like that. I get that, right? But I'm like a hoarder. I have I have 3 14 terabyte drives in this in my computer. Like most of that because I'm primarily a traditional artist. So I'm primarily a traditional artist, so most of my quote art storage is actually just video. Black Mist, what's up? Just doing some work. All right, all right. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, that's homework. When I say homework, it's a slip. Lunch break. Oh, don't do this. Malcolm, what's up? Jazz, been watching during your work. Hope your boss isn't watching. Oh, I hope your boss is not watching because then you'll get in trouble. But I hope your boss is watching for that algorithm boost. Which do you enjoy more as a career, streaming on Twitch or attending conventions? Uh, well, naturally, streaming on Twitch is better in the sense that I get more freedom to kind of draw more than just fan art. You know, like 99% of what we draw on stream is not this kind of stuff, right? Um, Also, there's no overhead when I am at home, other than like my equipment. But like the cost of like two conventions could basically buy this entire setup that I have. Um, I do enjoy being at home. You guys don't even know if I'm wearing pants right now. That's how awesome it is, right? Uh, but goddamn, the money you make at conventions though, it's I'll have to go 50-50. But if you made me pick one, I think now in my older years, I'm not old, but my older, the oldest I've ever been, uh, streaming and being at home is I much prefer this. Those convention paychecks. That's a bit much. Conventions do sound super tiring. Usually only go for one day and you get exhausted. I mean, it's just like any job. Once you've done enough of it, it's pretty routine, right? Did I hit save? I don't want to I don't want to do anything if it's trying to save right now. No, okay. All right, I'm going to hit save then. And I'll have to after it's done saving, remind me to make a backup of the file. I haven't backed it up uh at any point today. But yeah, after you've done enough of conventions, it's so routine. Like you know what's going on, you know what to do. You get a system, you know. So it's like it's one of those things where it doesn't hit you how tired you are until like you get home. I think a lot of the times we're just kind of in survival mode, you know. So like if you have to stay overnight at the airport, it's just like whatever. You're just like, all right, cool. I guess I'll just chill here, you know, because it's like you're at work and you're in like work mode, right? But if I was like on vacation and they told me I had to stay overnight at the airport, I'd be like, oh Jesus Christ, you know. A lot of the times when I do conventions and I take a lot of commissions, I don't even sleep. I'll do a 3 day convention and not sleep. I mean, I think I pass out a little bit, but yeah, I've done plenty of uh all nighters for 2 nights in a row. Don't do that. That's really bad for you. Yeah, but a sweet paycheck though. I mean, we're all dying, right? So I mean, what's the big deal? No, I think so. Like Anime Expo, 4 day convention, super duper duper busy, and I was taking commissions. I did, let's see, like what was I doing? 14 a night. No, I did 14 commissions on one night, and then I slept the next night, and then I did, I think it was 17 on the last night, going into the final day of the convention. So I was doing like, you ever heard intermittent fasting? I was doing intermittent sleeping for that show. But it's fine because you know, like once it's done, you go home, you straighten yourself out. That's why it's important for artists to have like, and we're just waiting for the file to save right now. That's why we're not drawing. Um, that's why it's important to have a decently balanced, as healthy as humanly possible. I mean, not live like a Spartan kind of life, but like take care of yourself as much as you can. And a lot of artists don't do that, but you should take care of yourself as much as you can. That way, if you ever need to pull some crazy shit, you could punish your body, and it won't really have any lasting effects, honestly. Like, you know, like I have a pretty decent sleep schedule now. I didn't used to, but I do now. So if I ever go to a show and I'm just like, look, man, I'm gonna pull like 2 all-nighters, it's not gonna have any serious repercussions on me because it's just like fucking whatever, right? It's just like, oh, just like B man, you know, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I don't vape. I don't use nicotine products anymore unless I need like a boost when I'm working on a big project like now. So I'll whip one of these out for this, and I know that I can, you know, me hitting this thing throughout this project is much less damaging to me than somebody who drinks caffeine literally every day, you know. So as artists, it's important that you take care of yourself as much as you can outside of big projects and events. That way, when the time comes to do those events, you can get a little crazy and still be healthy. or whatever. I don't know. You remember when the new Xbox, or was it the Xbox Series X came out? They had to release a thing that said, Microsoft had to release an announcement and be like, "Don't vape into your Xbox, you idiots." That's me with my computer right now. Like, ooh, don't vape in that direction. Okay. Actually, I think we can hop over to this side real quick because I already have. I think the color palette's the same, so I'm actually gonna just steal the colors from here. I mean, other than the blues. So we'll go ahead and just drop these in real quick. Um, you never done overnight commissions at a convention? You couldn't manage the lack of sleep? I mean, I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just saying if you are in a situation where you're just like you kind of need to, you know, if you're just like, oh my god, I just like I can't turn down, you know, six commissions, you know, for the night because like that's the difference between certain people like paying their rent or not. You know what I mean? Like you got just gotta be willing to do it. The Canada postal strike is over. Your modded PS2 has a few updates needed. It's been stuck in. Oh my god. Oh, how they put that ban mid transit, man. They got you. And you know everyone's different. Like you I mean, if you were watching my vlogs back when I was in my 20s, that guy, he's lucky to be alive right now, right? With the amount of like nonsense that I was doing back then. So, oh, I inverted, I colored all the wrong stuff, right? Wait, what happened? No. Wait. Huh. Okay, yeah, I colored all inverted. Ugh, okay. Yeah, anyway, just basically I just do what you got to do. And if you don't have to, then just take care of yourself. Uh you work out and have a really good diet and but if you could get out that 9 to 5 caffeine. But that's what I was saying, like you don't got to live like a Spartan. If you like coffee, if it's like a morning ritual for you, then just do it. Like, you know, you it's basically like managing your finances where it's just like, look, I'm not going to go out and I don't go out and eat. Like for example, you're like, oh, I never go out to eat, I don't go to like concerts or whatever, but you know, I buy every console that comes out, you know. I bought, oh yeah, three 4090s, you know what I mean, like some crazy shit like that. I don't like how it looks. Does the PS2 use like a proprietary storage on it? Wait, Malcolm, we talked about this before? I think we talked about this not too long ago, right? This sounds super familiar. I feel like we had this conversation already. We did. Okay. So we have a question in the Instagram that I keep missing. It says, "Do you enjoy drawing any of the trainers? And if so, who?" Oh, I don't. I haven't drawn any Pokemon trainers in a while. Who was fun to draw? Pokemon trainers. Um, you know who was fun to draw? I I did a set of Pokemon gym leaders for my Patreon some time ago, and one of them was Agatha, Elite Four Agatha, and that was really fun. We'll come back and finish this later. It's throwing me off to hop to the other side. We'll just keep moving down the row. All right, we're gonna save it, which is gonna take a couple minutes. Will give me a chance to look at the reference picture for Apple Dragon. I see it changes to a Granny Smith apple once it's a shiny type, or once it goes shiny. Uh, oh, yeah. Oh, so that's how you discovered that you can make a living doing conventions? I'm not gonna say I beat everyone to making the vlogs, but I mean, find some find some consistent videos pre-COVID and tell me how many there were. Nobody watches my videos. That's why I stopped posting them. Anyway, so it's saving right now. I pulled up the reference picture for the next Pokemon. Apple Dragon, or is its name? Uh, okay. Vashi, what's up? Okay, 1 second. Oh, we're revisiting an old crazy thing. Yeah. So I guess we will what's the phrase? Reset the room. Anyway, anyone who's just hopping in, what we're doing now is I have this Pokemon drawing. There's like over 1500 Pokemon on here because of all the different forms. I finished the original version of this 10 years ago. So this is like a 10-year anniversary celebration of this project. And I am recoloring the entire thing shiny. Congrats on the 10 years. Thank you. Yeah. Ten years. Isn't that crazy? You know what else is crazy? I was looking at the old videos from 10 years ago, and I have some behind the scenes footage stuff that I didn't put online. Um but like my face is in a lot of that. And I was looking at it, I was like, man, I look younger now than I did back then. Like I was like so stressed out back then. And like I had like a high and tight haircut and it was crazy. So then I look and I'm like, man, I and plus the way I dressed back then, I was like, man, I look like a 40-year-old man back then. I am not doing no, I'm not doing anything for rivals. It's the most fit you've ever been. Yeah. Malcolm, you make a good point. We're coming to a time where you don't know what's going to happen with all that old data, right? These old games. Used to watch you draw the playmat videos. Oh my god, the playmats. Yeah, that's how to get started right there. I appreciate you hanging around that long. That was quick. That one was easy. So you see, we are doing some like really easy cell shading on this, right? Um, we're only doing that for the Gigantamax Pokemon. The rest of them, the main ones, are just gonna be flat color. And the reason we're doing the shading on the characters on the outside is because like they're really big, they're very prominent. They frame the whole drawing, right? So um, yeah, I think it'll just look extra nice to have them shaded, and then we can just move on to the next one. Let me save it real quick. I think my taste in colors has also changed over the past few years since the last time we worked on this. You can see I'm using and it's not because we're using the shiny color palettes. Um, it's because I think my colors are going a lot more less saturated than they used to be, and my taste in like when going into shadows, my taste in like the color shifting is different than what it used to be. I used to just prefer whatever, like I used to prefer going warm on any kind of shading. So I would direct the color wheel whatever direction I needed to get something warmer. Um, anyway, let me save it real quick before I. Oh, you know what? I have to save it and then I have to back up the file because I haven't backed it up today at all. Have to remember, once this saves, gotta make a copy of the file. Back when you were doing those old playmat videos, did you ever imagine that you would be able to sustain yourself financially with art alone? No. I mean, like, to some degree, I must have really believed in it because I went like all in on it, right? Um, so those playmats were before I started doing conventions. Back then, I knew that it was possible. I didn't like have any idea how long it was gonna fucking take, right? Because at the time there were some artists who were really popular on Twitch. Not to the degree of like there's a huge volume of artists that are really popular now online, but like back then, um, there were a few that I followed, and for example, she would do a live stream and make like $1,000 in like one night just off of donations. Now that we're wiser, I know why that happened. Very little to do with the art, but the point is, she was an artist and she was able to do it. So, uh, yeah, in my brain, I remember always thinking that like this couldn't be done, and if someone else can do it, I could figure it out. What you laughing at, Malcolm? I didn't make that up. I didn't make that up. No, but I mean, she was a good artist. I don't know what she's up to these days, but she was a really good artist. So, and I remember it was like 2013. So it was just me a couple months deep into drawing, and Sakimi-chan, the pioneer of the pay X amount for the safe version, pay X amount plus Y, and I'll give you the not safe for work version. She's the one who like designed that, like created the code for that. And I remember Sakimi-chan, one of the first internet artists I started following back when she had her Patreon earnings still visible, was doing, I am not joking, was it 11 grand every 2 weeks? That was like 10 years ago, though. 10 or 11 years ago. Can you imagine what she's making these days, man? I saw that 11. I was like, 11 grand every other week. So we were sitting there, and my buddy was just like, nah, man, those numbers can't be real. Because imagine how much they take out. And I was like, I remember we were sitting there, we were playing DC, the battle game. We were just chilling in his garage, and he was just like, "Nah, man, those numbers can't be real. Imagine how much Patreon takes out." And I was just like, "Dude, I don't care how much of 11,000 they're taking out. If it's every 2 weeks, the heck out of here." Oh, oh, I was supposed to be looking up the reference picture for the reference colors for this next Pokemon. I hella didn't do that. Uh, so this is uh Pokemon Hat Fairy, right? It's another one of those Pokemon where the color palette's like the shiny version's borderline identical. So I'm just going to take the non-shiny one. I'll just copy paste that one and then just like shift a little bit of the blue because it looks like the blue eases a little bit towards purple, but other than that, it's like the same. So Ah, sticky keys, go away. Yeah, so the pinks are a little bit more, like they're a little bit more saturated, like slightly more aggressive. And then yeah, so this is closer to that. Just like slightly. Happy to see me doing some Pokemon stuff. Yeah, it's kind of yeah. I've been wanting to do the shiny version of this for some time. I'm having a good time. This is fun. I've been wanting again, like I've been wanting to do the shiny one for so long, and I'm just kind of enjoying what time I get with it because once we do this, it's like over. The dream's over. Yeah. The Gigantamax Pokemon are definitely going to be the ones that take the longest amount of time. One, them my reference pictures for them are bad versus the references I have for like the non Gigantamax stuff. Um, and we are actually doing like light cell shading on them, which is not a big deal. But compared to the non Gigantamax Pokemon, and we're just waiting for the file to save right now, guys. So that's kind of why we're just sitting here. It takes about 2 minutes to fully save. Um, yeah, but when we get to the non Gigantamax Pokemon, we're just gonna flat color all of them. So that one's just gonna be like we're just gonna be throwing the paint bucket around like super fast. So what's with the Tiger Magikarp? So there, have you ever played Magikarp Jump? Yeah, there's a mobile game, and on there's a lot of different Magikarp patterns, uh, and they're all hidden in here. So, all right. So while this saves, I am gonna go to the restroom, And while I'm doing that, I'm going to drop a link to where you can pre-order these copies of this all shiny version if you're interested. Yeah, the full shiny version of this print is only going to be available for pre-order slash purchase while we're doing the live streams, and then afterwards I'm not gonna produce them anymore. I know that's a lot of work for something that I'm only gonna like sell for like what 3 weeks maybe, but I I just want it to be a bit of a collector's item. So the best way to do that is to kind of give the people who are actually hanging out with me while I do this the opportunity to get it. And if you don't, that's totally cool. I'm just enjoying this process. So yeah, if anyone is interested in getting the all shiny version of the print, that's where you'll get it. All right, I'll be right back. Gonna head to the bathroom real quick. Oh, so the question is, was I inspired by uh anything when I started this 10 years ago? I know exactly what got me the idea to do this. Um so I the second convention that I know the moment. So the second convention that I ever went to as an artist with a table was in late 2014. So the very first con I did was a local show in the mall, local mall here. The artist table there. That was like summer of 2014. That was my first show, and then later on in the fall, I had a second show in like near San Francisco, California, and we are sitting in the hotel, and it was like a really I was doing really bad at this convention, and I was just like, fuck, maybe I just can't do this. Like I was just not making any sales because I was doing like the single character fan art stuff. Um, and I think it was FX, the channel. We are watching TV, and they were airing every episode of The Simpsons ever, just every episode ever. It was this crazy marathon they were doing, and then uh, my buddy showed me that like there's an official drawing of every Simpsons character. It's like official artwork, and we were just like, "Oh man, that's so cool!" And at that moment, I was just like, "Oh, I know what to do." So then I started scouring the internet, and I was just like, "Oh my god, nobody's done this. Nobody's drawn every Pokemon." The closest thing at the time that you had seen was they did a couple generations, but then it would be like a collaborative thing among a bunch of artists. Like certain artists were doing this gen, certain artists were doing that one, and then they kind of split the work. They divvy up the work, right? And they'd put it together, and like the art styles would look really different from each other because it's done by different artists, and then like they'd have different light sources. You know what I mean? So it was just like it just didn't look. It just didn't look all that right. And I was just like, that's weak sauce. I'll do this whole thing myself. And that's it. That's where the idea came from. I'm not gonna lie, like is that like it's that simple. Yeah, kind of. Not kind of like that is just what happened. Yeah, I remember the moment it happened. I was just like, oh shit. How quaint of an idea. And, you know, my friends are supportive, but even then, they were just like, I don't know, man, that sounds like a lot of work. You just learned the print size go all the way up to 4060. No, normally I don't produce that size anymore, but for this occasion, I am going up to that size again. It's because it's very expensive to produce that. Well, I mean, like they'll say you're nuts, but then you do it once, and then I'm gonna say that they're not gonna question you again, but like they probably will. Every time I come up with a new one, like I did the Pokemon, and then they're like, "All right, cool, I guess." And then I said I was gonna do Dragon Ball a few years later, and they're like, "Nah, see, that's too far." That's that's the response I got. And now it's just like, "All right, I guess." I'm like, "I'm gonna do One Piece when it happens." They're like, "Nah, nah, you did Pokemon and Dragon Ball, but nah, 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 that's too much. You're not gonna do One Piece." It's just like, yeah. So I mean, your friends they're giving you a hard time now, but you finish your hero drawing, and if you tell them whatever you're gonna do next, they're still gonna have the same response. Because when somebody says something like that, their initial response is just to like the initial response is to think, would I them do something like that? And usually the answer is no. So that's why most people's initial response to when you tell them you're gonna do some crazy shit is nah, because they wouldn't do it. Not in like a bad way, just like if you tell someone, yeah, I go to the gym 7 days a week, they're gonna look at you and be like, hell no, you know. Does anyone here use Trovo, the streaming application? Because I am multi-streaming on a lot of platforms, and that's one of them. And I'm there's like all kinds of stuff that's popping up in my chat. It's like treasure boxes and stuff. I don't know any of that stuff is. I'm uh I'm gonna hope that it goes on for like another decade or so. Do you want to know the truth about me doing the One Piece drawing? I'll do it if I get enough pre-orders for it. I've been doing these projects again for 10 years, and not all of them are bangers, right, in regards to sales. And these take a huge toll on, like me, my life. Uh, and I'm in just kind of a place where it's like, yeah, it's cute for everyone to say that they're gonna pick it up if I do it. But you know, I'm gonna need that proof before I commit at least a year, because that's how long it's gonna take. At least a year of my life to that. And if it's not there, it's at that thing where it's just like all these projects that I've done. If this doesn't buy like, and again, I'm just thinking about like my health, right? My sanity, my time. It's just like if these projects that I've done in the past don't like buy enough good faith that I would finish it with enough, if you pre-ordered it, then it's just that's cool. That's cool. So that's what's going on with the One Piece. Because I want to do it. I personally want to do it, but that's not enough. It's just not. So I personally want to do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? So basically, what I'm saying is, if it doesn't happen, that's your fault, not mine. I'm just, hey, little drummer, what's going on? Nah, not too much. We're just doing the shiny recoloring of this project. Uh, it's cool because you feel like nobody's willing to do that amount of work on a drawing. I mean, people are willing to do the volume of work and the amount of hours, but they don't want to do it on like one drawing. People who do comics, like their own comics, they're putting in mad hours too, like crazy hours. But it's they're doing it across like a wide project. The thing about these is it's committing to one drawing, right? And that's where a lot of people over the years I found that the artists who are like committed, if they don't do something, if they don't do a project, it's usually a financial reason. If they're like, I would do that, but like it wouldn't financially work for a lot of people. So I find that I have come across a lot of artists who have a similar work ethic, who are down to kind of do crazy shit. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're at Blastoise. Ah, shit. So again, a lot of these Gigantamax Pokemon, like their bodies carry over behind a lot of the other Pokemon, but it's hard for me to kind of decipher that right now by looking at it because there's so much like spaghetti of Pokemon line work. So I'm gonna leave it like this, and then I will like fill in the back um, as we move along. All right, Blastoise is next. All right, so we're gonna save the file. Let me pull up my reference for Blastoise. Shit, is it saving? It is saving. So uh, one of the things that I've been doing with this drawing, when I sell it at conventions, um, I have been sprinkling individual shiny Pokemon into the drawing uh, over the years. So, for example, if I make 100 prints, 111 by 17 prints, like two of them, maybe one to two will have a shiny Pokemon. Um, and then the Pokemon is different in each one. So I know that at some point I've already cycled through having a shiny Gigantamax Blastoise in one of them. And that means I think I've only ever put like two or three of those into circulation ever. So and I mix it in with my inventory when I sell at the show, so I never know who I give it to. So there's a chance that like somebody bought one from me and they don't even realize that they happen to get one that has one shiny Pokemon in it. I appreciate everyone for hanging out with me while we work on this project. We got a long way to go on this. This is gonna look so sick when it's done. Like, it's just I've been wanting to do this for so long, and I'm just so happy with how all the colors are coming out with it. Considering we're waiting till like Gen 12 ish to do an update to add more Pokemon, it might be like the 15th anniversary when we end up actually doing another like workup on this thing. Did anyone do any Black Friday shopping? I look like a real Twitch streamer now, flashing lights in the background. This is really bad for my eyes. I don't know. The only reason I don't think so is because Pokemon makes so much money. Like, how can they? The games don't even have to be good. Obviously, they can cut corners and everybody still buys it. So imagine if they actually started taking their time with it again, and like people started speaking well about the games instead of complaining all the. I mean, people are gonna complain no matter what, but you know what I'm saying? It just makes too much money. I don't know, man. I just don't see it going anywhere for the simple fact that is money. Sean, yeah, what's going on, dude? Yeah, I'm doing a full shiny. Yeah, I hope you have a good holidays too, dude. Travel safe wherever it is you're going because you're always out somewhere. Not too many big deals out there. Yeah, I was able to okay, so I had a mobile studio pro, you know the mobile Cintiq. But I sold it and I was able to sell it and for the money I got for it in combination with some Black Friday deals, I was able to build my wife a computer. It's a game because she was working on like a an old laptop. Well, it's not just for gaming. She helps me with a lot of stuff too, like paperwork that I don't want to deal with. Um, so I was able to use the money from selling the Mobile Studio Pro, which I don't use anymore, and I built her a pretty slick system. 5700 X3Ds, which were on sale, and a 4070 Ti Super, which is what I'm using. I am unfamiliar with that. I don't keep up with games, but I have successfully converted her over to almost exclusively PC gaming. And the selling point to that was telling her, "Hey, look, you could play your game, and then you could have your other monitor have like YouTube, and then like it's because you can just do other shit while you're playing." That's what the biggest selling point was. So I was able to convert her over. 1, 2, 3. How much did the recording? How much? how much did the recording process of the original Pokemon drawing help with your popularity? Oh, popularity? I don't know. I can't really speak about that since even now, not a lot of people really know who I am. But so popularity, nah. But I will say, that drawing, the Pokemon, the Sun and Moon version. No, I guess every version that's come out has has moved me financially like big steps forward. So like the very first one I did, um, the first way like that first version I did made so many sales. I was able to like go hardcore. I used that money to go like hardcore into conventions. And then when I did the Sun and Moon version, it got shared on like a bunch of websites and actually paid off the rest of my student loans with that. So popularity, I'm gonna say it didn't really like people didn't care who made the drawing really. Um, but in the other sense, the like monetarily, it like changed like everything. I'd rather have that. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit more red. I mean, I'm sure it's made a dent in me getting my name out there. I'm not saying it had zero effect. Um, but I mean like not what you think it what you would imagine like however many millions of views it has would do. You know what I mean? But you know, also can't really worry about that because the people who have seen it and like know me for it, I'm pretty happy with that. That's infinity times like what was going on before, you know? So I mean, I'm happy with whatever. There was a time when I wasn't. I was just like, nah, nah, I want all these followers. Who gives a fuck? Y'all are here hanging out with me while we do this. That's pretty cool. Because you think about it, there's like nearly infinity things that you can be doing on the internet other than watching me, right? That's pretty sweet. The hell? Hold on, I'm confused. There's a having trouble reading this area here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've kind of really mentally moved past like for realsies. Not there were times when I was just like, yeah, I don't even care about getting popular anymore. And there'd be a lie, right? But I have like for realsies like moved past all that. I don't know, man. It just doesn't matter. When I don't know. You know, like look, dude, like I got people here hanging out with me while I draw Pokemon. That's pretty fucking sweet as is, right? Let's get rid of that. It looks like a cat. So the Instagram chat, my bad, I missed that. You have the Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire one. That's the original one. That's cool. You need to go to the bottom of that and check if it says first edition on it, because if it says first edition on that version, that's like that's like early days. That means that came from like the original stash. Oh, it does look like I know who you're talking about. It's funny that my most popular video is the Disney Princess. Yeah, that's an example of concept over execution. Like that, the idea behind that drawing is really cool. It looks like shit because I drew that way back in the day. It looks like shit, but the concept to it is really fascinating, right? That's one of those drawings where at one point I'm gonna revisit it and kind of redo it. Um, have I ever told you that I've actually redrawn that piece maybe 3 times now, like top to bottom? When I was really getting into the Kim Jong Gi, art style, and I was learning to freestyle, and I was just like, let's see what would happen. So I actually have, it was done on it was done on a 11 by 14, no, a 14 by 17 Bristol board. But I was just like, nah, it's all right. I'll do better than this. So I put it away, and then I did a digital version, which I actually didn't finish, but super detailed. I think I put like 2 weeks or some shit into it. But then I kind of gave up on it. I'm like, it's not there. So one day we'll redo that drawing. No, we're talking about the most popular. Oh, by the way, guys, we're waiting for the file to save right now. That's why we're not like literally drawing at the moment. Um, so the most popular video on my YouTube channel is like a Disney princess drawing, and it's from really long time ago, and it looks like crap. Like on a technical level, the drawing looks really bad, but the concept of it is really fun. And I have redrawn it before, and I just didn't really like how it wasn't. The redraws weren't bad. It's just like, I only get to redraw this thing for the public one time, so I'll do it every now and then. I'm just like, I'll put it away. I have a stash of drawings that I don't post online. Like I have a stash of sketches that I put onto the Infinity sketchbook that I don't post onto like Instagram or whatever. Which by the way, we're well over 1,000 pages in my digital sketchbook if you're interested in picking that up. But other than those, I have a stash of like drawings. There's a lot of watercolors. This year I've racked up quite a bit of oil paintings, but I'm just like, this is shit. I don't care. So I just put it in a big old stash. Dude, storing oil paintings is a pain in the ass, dude. Yeah, so while this saves, I could pull up the digital sketchbook. So I have what's called the Infinity sketchbook. Um, if I get the link to it. Yeah, so the Infinity sketchbook is you buy it one time, um, and then you get access to all the previous sketches that I've uploaded there, plus every sketch that I upload to it. And I've been consistently adding pages to it every week for what, 300 weeks now? So there's over 1,000 pages. The price, I think I've capped the price where it's at now. I think it's like $20. I don't really want to go higher than that. But when it started, it was like dirt cheap. It started out as just an experiment, and over the years, I've increased the price just slightly. So it's at $20 now, which is not cheap, but for 1,000 pages, over 1,000 pages, it's kind of I can't charge any less than that. But yeah, that's the idea behind the Infinity sketchbook. You get it once, and then you have forever access to it. And a lot of that stuff is stuff I've never shared online. It's like practice work that I have from in my sketchbooks, stuff that we've done on stream, stuff that I've done at the airport. Yeah, that's why you don't see me post a lot of stuff on social media, like sketches, because one, they don't get attention, so it doesn't matter. So I'm just like, look, I'm just gonna give it to the people who want it. I currently have a backup stash to add to the Infinity sketchbook for the next like 30 weeks. So I mean, I'm not gonna be missing any updates anytime soon. Oh, I feel that, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, since we're being real here, since we're just talking candidly, candidly, The Infinity Sketchbook actually started out as an experiment, because I had every intention of releasing a paper sketchbook. I already, I had my people over in China ready to print it, right? It was ready to go. And then I just had this weird gut feeling where I was just like, I feel like I'm about to get stuck with a shit ton of physical sketchbook stock that I'm never going to be able to move. So the Infinity Sketchbook became this experiment where I was just like, because the initial price for the Infinity Sketchbook, it started out with, I think like I launched it with like 50 pages, and I was charging. Tim got it at the lowest price. Was it 99 cents? Some shit like that. I did it as an experiment, and I was really like sharing it, shoving it down people's throats. Barely got anyone to bite. So if you're curious about like the origins of that, that's what it is. Anyway, since we were talking earlier about artist popularity and stuff, there's an interesting piece of trivia for you. If you snap with the Infinity Sketchbook, if you want to get rid of half the fucking universe who didn't pick up the Infinity Sketchbook, I'm not going to stop you. You can get rid of them for me. Okay. You asked about popularity because you posting the heroes on social media has not generated much attention. Um, Look, would it be nice? Yes, but it's so unreliable. Like you know what people like. You know what people give the little fake heart and thumbs up to, right? And uh it's just kind of like you know what you're seeing what makes them cheer, right? So it's kind of like it almost doesn't matter how good or bad your hero's drawing comes out. You can't use, the attention it gets as like a way to measure it in regards to like if it doesn't get attention, a lot of that's out of your control. But also you can't like get butthurt about it. You can't like think down about that drawing or yourself because of it. Um and it's just like you fucking can't control what people okay, you can't control where whose feeds it's gonna go to. And even if it does reach certain people's feeds, you know what people like, right? Stupid shit. So it's like look at this, look at this, look at this. I have zero view. Because I'm streaming on like every platform right now, right? I'm I have zero people watching me on TikTok, but I bet I could find something with arguably less quality. Uh, that probably has like 300,000 viewers. So I hope that it does pick up. But honestly, just just work on your project and like fuck it. That's all you. I was trying to think of an eloquent way to put it, but that's kind of all it is. Just do your project and then fuck it, whatever. Just put it online and then people indeed. Malcolm says people indeed love stupid shit. Just look at Oh God. See? How do I know what that is? I don't consume that kind of stuff. I don't interact with anyone. You know what I mean? But I know what that is. How the fuck do I know what that is? That toilet thing? Yeah. See what I mean? You're not in control of what reaches people in the same way how you're kind of not in control of what's being fed to you. Don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna hit save, and then I swear to God, for reals this time, I have to make a backup copy of the file. We've been trying to do that for like the past 3 hours, and I keep forgetting. Brain rot. All right, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you everything right now. Nah, I can't say that. That's racist. No, yeah, just if it pops off, I'm not gonna lie to you. If it doesn't pop off, that's not your fault. But I also have to say, if for some reason it does pop off, that's also kind of that's also not because of you either. So you gotta take both. It's just gonna happen. Whatever happens, just gonna happen. You know what I mean? So, all right. So the file is saving right now. All right. And then when I come back for realsies, we're gonna make a backup copy of the file. I have I have I have 5 other drives. Wait, yeah, I have 5 other drives that I can make a copy of it to, and we're gonna have to make copies of it to each one of them when we're done here, or when it's done saving. BRB. Yeah, it's just what it is, man. People don't want to sit around and people don't want to sit around and watch stuff. People don't. Okay, what's the best way to say this? They don't want to sit around and eat good food. They want you. They want to sit there and you just shovel down whatever is on the spoon down their throats. That's what they want. And the less they got to chew, the better. Well, that's the thing. It's not necessarily an age thing or a generational thing. It's just it's affected everyone, up and down, everywhere. So it's easy to point fingers at like the younger people and be like, "Oh, they're this and they're that." Nah, it's fucking everybody, dude. Which is actually worse. All right, so we have saved it. Time to make backup copies of this. All right, give me 1 second. There is one feature of Clip Studio Paint that is superior to Photoshop. When you save a Photoshop file as a PSD, you know, it shows up as like that little blue square, right? Little blue file. When you save a Clip Studio file, it's a .clip file. It has a thumbnail of your drawing. You know what I mean? Like that's such a little detail that I think is fucking. That's so cool. So like I don't want to drag this onto the screen in case I mess. Like I don't want to potentially put personal files on the screen, but yeah, instead of just having like a boring blue square that says PS on it, um, you have like a thumbnail of the artwork that you're making. All right. Okay. Actually, all right, Malcolm, that's true. That's true. It all started when they got rid of the commercial breaks. All right, so this next Pokemon is called Sand Snake. It's another one of those Pokemon where the color palette is like exactly the same thing as the like the non shiny and shiny are just like borderline the same thing. It's just you see the darker streaks right here. It looks gray. Oh no, all the brown areas are slightly more gray. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take everything from the non shiny version and just copy paste it over. I'm allowed to do that because I did the coloring for the original one, so I'm copy pasting my own artwork. Dusty Anaconda. That was your name when you were a stage dancer? Oh yeah? That's just me describing my current bedroom life. Honestly, I think we could just drop the saturation. So my bad. Kick chat. So why are there so many Pikachu? I'll describe this. Um, yeah, over the years, I just found different Pikachu from like different games and different promotional things, and we've just kind of added them in here. That's all there is to it. And we'll clean all up. We'll clean this. All this. We will clean up all this. Like coloring paint bucket stuff with an actual brush. But right now, I'm just trying to like splash everything where it needs to be. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. And when I say hear about that, I only heard about like, was it? It's like Typhlosion stuff, something like that. Oh, okay. But just by that response, I know that we're talking about the same thing. you know, hey, at least they take pride in their work. At least they put thought into it. It may not be thoughts you want to know about, but at least they bother. You know, like That's where I stand with all that. I'm just like all this lore, all this craziness. Say what you want about it, but you know what would be worse if they didn't have anything, if they didn't care enough to put anything. I want to give a big thank you to the people who have picked up pre-orders of this in the online shop, and the one person who just decided to get a large of the normal non-shiny one. I appreciate y'all. Anyway, so we were talking about brain rot, but the point of that discussion was, um, you know, that drawing that you're doing, that project you're working on, just just do it. Just do it, and then just see what happens afterwards. By the way, there's nothing wrong with wanting your artwork to like pop off online. Uh, a lot of there seems to be this divide among younger artists who I've interacted with, where they're just like, well, you shouldn't really care whether or not it like go pops off online. Like you should just be happy you get to make art, right? And I'm just like, no, you're wrong. uh, you want what you want for your artwork, and you shouldn't feel bad about wanting what you want. If you want your artwork to get popular, and you want to be popular as an artist, and you want it to pop off, you know what I mean? Who's anyone to tell you that you shouldn't want that? I'll tell you, I would go crazy if I was still very focused on that. Like, would I want it? Yes, but I ain't gonna lose sleep over it because I will lose my damn mind. So do that hero project and just see what happens afterwards. Okay. We've had a lot of shinies that are like very, very close to the colors of their non-shiny forms. I'm ready for a Pokemon that's just like way different. Can we get one of those next, please? All right. Saving it. What's my favorite shiny? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, that's a good. That is a handsome question. Um, you know who what's a solid shiny? Ho-Oh. Like it has a nice color shift so that it still looks really nice. And it's not too far off from its original colors. Uh do you know what's a good standard for measuring the quality of a shiny color palette? Is if you could imagine the Pokemon just looking like that all the time. There's certain Pokemon where you see it in shiny form, you're like, okay, I get it, but it you only give it a pass because it's shiny, but otherwise it would look stupid, right? Like a lot of the lime green ones, like Teddy Ursa. I mean, that looks okay because it's shiny, but if they released it and it just was green like that, come on. So I think if a shiny Pokemon looks good just as a standalone, that's a good measure of it. And I think Ho-Oh has like a solid like shiny design. Where if they released it like that as base form, you'd still be like, that's lit. Oh, see another lime. Uh, it's all the green ones. Is there a green one that looks good? Is there a green one that looks good? I know like Muck looks cool, but he's not like lime green. He's like a dark, gross green. Um, I'm trying to go down the list, but I mean, I literally have a list in front of me. What about Mana? Oh, you know what? N- Not technically fully green, but Giratina shiny has a lot of teal. That's pretty good. Okay, I can see Bagon. The entire Bagon family lineup. They're green. I could see them being like that, like from the factory. Spinda. Did I back up the file? Oh, I did. I totally did. I did it on my other monitor. Just copy, paste, 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 paste. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get that ASUS sponsorship soon. That's my next goal. I just want to upgrade my computer, but I don't want to pay for it. Nah, Asus has this line of products called Pro Art, right? Just gorgeous looking hardware. Just like it's so clean, and I just want them. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like I know that they've been really shady about like warranties and stuff lately, but like now my first pre-built that I ever bought with my own money was an Asus, and then just because that ran so well, like it didn't even break down. It was still working when I built my new system. Thing does great as is. So I don't want to say I'm loyal to them. I'm not loyal to anybody, but I believe they're pretty reliable enough so that when I built my wife her system, I went with all their tough line of stuff. Yeah, so motherboard and GPU were tough models. Yeah, Matt, what's going on? Okay, I have to keep in mind. Are you familiar with the teapot ghost? That's what I'm naming it because I forgot what it's called. Underneath, there's like a mark on one, and then another one doesn't have a mark. It basically is just like it's one of those things where like if you get one that has the mark, I think that's like considered a real one. I can't remember. I'm sure you guys can correct me on this, but like in game, the sprite, one of them has the mark, one of them doesn't. I forgot what they represent. So I actually have both of them here, one with and one without. So when we come to recoloring this, I have to remember to add it in because I have it on the flat color layer. Now, what is this? Yeah, you know, I really like the because I use the 4070 the Ti Super because it has the dual encoders, which is like necessary for me because of my live streaming and my recordings and my video editing and stuff. So like raw power wise, it's good, but that's not like why I got it. Um, I like the tough model GPUs. They look great, but it doesn't fit in my case, or it doesn't fit my setup. So I had to get like a slim MSI version, which you know I like MSI. I ain't got a problem with them. But man, if I had the space, I'd get that tough, that really thick one. It's like 3.5 slot. That's the one I got for my wife. Do I have every Pokemon on a different layer? No. So you could see. So I have the non-shiny version of this colored already. So you could see all the colors are on one layer. And then with the line art, all the Gigantamax are on one layer, but then all the base line art is just one layer. And then I have a bunch of mask layers on top of it, or yeah, clip layers rather. And that's just for like specific Pokemon have like different colored lines, right? So that's where those come in. But ultimately, almost all the line work is just one layer. It's too it would be too difficult to manage if everything was on separate layers. Oh, Minty, hey, you just subscribed? Oh, I think I turned my alert box off. I am sorry about that. But actually, I do need to turn that back on. But thank you everybody for all the follows we've been getting since we picked this project back up. This is only part 2, by the way. Our second session of the shiny redraw. But I appreciate the sub. Thank you. I hope everything is going well for you across the pond. Is everything how is it over there? How's everything? Uh so you're so sad you bought the 4070 Ti right before they announced the Super. Practically just lost 4 GB extra VRAM. I mean, it's just that's not your fault though. You know, like that can happen at any moment, especially with Nvidia. Like you've no idea. There's a bunch of rumors and everything, and I'm just like, you can't. You know, I gotta say though, it's not just the 4 gigs. The bus is bigger too. But anyway, my point is like, you still got the Ti. It's still hella good. Like, what do you think of the Battle Mage stuff that that came out this week? You're back in LA. You have a 14. What? Well, congrats on that. No idea. Did I expand on my previous Pokemon drawing? No. This is still the latest one that I did with Sword and Shield and the Gigantamax. It's still that, but we're just recoloring it shiny. I actually had a because I was using a 1660 Super for the longest time. But as I started increasing my workload, it like couldn't keep up anymore. So I switched to a 3060 12 gig, and it was okay. But like I was like, man, I spent like $300 on this thing. I need more than just okay, right? So then I sold that off, and I ended up picking up Intel's the A770 just because it has 16 gigs on it. But that thing was so unstable, and I couldn't utilize. I use Premiere Pro, and that utilizes Nvidia stuff. So I was just like, ugh. So that's when I just like my brain just overloaded, and I was just like, I'm just gonna get a 4070. I'm over this. Hopefully, you can catch the next stream. Yeah. Oh man, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Don't worry, we'll be working on this for a while. If you can't make the next one, just make the one after that, and then the one after that, the one after that. Yeah, Minty, I almost asked the stupidest question. You're like, I have a 14-month-old, and I'm just like, no way. When did that happen? 14 months ago. I almost said it. All right, so the last one that we have on the menu for today will be, oh, you know what? We'll do Kingler and Gengar, and then I'll probably call it for a few hours. I have to go take care of some house stuff, but then I will be coming back on at some point later tonight. I don't know when, and and if anyone misses these streams, by the way, it's fine. It's not only going to be archived as live streams on YouTube, but I actually am recording all of this in 4K. So yeah, you want the 79 XTX? Oh my god, did did you see that the XTX um which model, the speedster one, the one that everyone has? It around Black Friday, it went on sale on Amazon for $500. No, it was like before like the big Black Friday sales went on, because I was like browsing for a while, right? And I saw, I was like, what the fuck? Why is this $500? And I was just checking, and I was just like, what's going on with this? And of course, it was all sold out just shortly after. I don't know why it went down that much. I bet AMD is just trying to get rid of their stock, but I was like, at the time I had no reason to get it. Plus, I mean, like, I'm not gonna spend $500 just for no fucking reason, right? But like, yeah, I saw, I was like, $500. But like, big hardware doesn't go on sale on Black Friday anyway. Like cases, fans, peripherals. That's bundling peripherals. That's like where the real deals are. It's like, if you want to get a new case that year, Black Friday is the time to do it. But if you're in the market for like the heavy stuff, nothing goes on sale. It's gonna be some stupid shit like, pay you're still gonna pay like $800, but then we're gonna give you like Indiana Jones with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just some stupid shit like that. Yeah, no, you didn't miss anything. And the problem is that they were, because you know how even CPUs are being like price gouged right now, right? Like the Black Friday sales just put them back to their MSRP. But now that that's done, like they're all back. like super high. Like 7800 X3Ds are like $500 right now. And when they were on sale for Black Friday, they were down to like back in the low 400s back. So you didn't miss anything. Don't worry about it. You didn't miss nothing. No. Except that XTX thing. I saw that, but that didn't even happened during Black Friday. That happened in like mid-November. So, Mad Monkey, what's up? We're just waiting for the file to save right now, by the way. Then we'll do Kingler and then Gengar, and then we'll probably call it for this session. But we will come back on once I take care of all the house stuff. I have to go check on my wife. We had a physical therapy rather for her yesterday, and whenever we do that as part of her recovery, she usually knocks out for like 2 days straight. I have to sometimes go in there and wake her up to be just like, you need to drink some water. You'll be asleep for like 13, 13 hours. Yeah, so I gotta do all that stuff. Plus, my puppy is here. She probably needs to go out too. So if I gotta use the bathroom, my puppy has to use the bathroom. They had a pretty sweet deal. They had pretty sweet AM4 deals. Um, like I had mentioned earlier, I actually built my wife a new computer because she was on like an old laptop, and she helps me with my work. And sometimes it's really hard on the laptop because it goes like it's overheating, you can't do anything. Like it's whatever. And um, I was able to get the 5700 X3D with a tough motherboard, a B550, and 4 sticks, 64 gigs of RAM. I think it was like $270 or something. No, no, no. Yeah, it was some shit like it was like under 3. And I was like, that's nuts. That's nuts, dude. And I had just sold my Mobile Studio Pro, so I just used all that to build that system for her. I used all that money from my old computer that I sold. So, but it's stuff like that went on sale. All right. So we got shiny Gigantamax Kingler. Mad, what's going on though, man? Oh my god, I cannot decipher all this line art. Like I don't know where any of this shit goes. How's she doing? Yeah, she's doing better. Um, for the most part, the thing that kind of like wipes her out these days is her physical therapy. So I take her to the gym, and then I'm in charge of getting her like her cardio back, her stamina, her energy back more than anything. Um, but it's the whole she'll we'll get in a good session, and then she's like knocked out for a few days, right? And I mean just like gone, like done for days. Like I said, sometimes I gotta wake her up to like make her drink water. You know, it's crazy. That it's one of those things where I'm just like, we're able to swing this because she's young, right? She's young. She's pretty strong. She was like pretty physically strong going into the cancer treatments. Um, but I've spent a lot of time in those waiting rooms talking to people, and some of them, God, I don't want to talk about this, but some of these families, and again, it's their call, right? They're like pushing and really dragging their older family members, talking like 60s and 70s, into treatment. And I'm like, dude, I can't imagine, because it's I don't want to be all like conspiracy theory. um did she beat it? Yeah. We finished all the treatments, and we've been going in for regular scans and, the MRIs and all that stuff, and so far everything's looking really good. So all that we have to take care of now is like follow-up appointments. There's some medications, and the big thing is the physical therapy, the training, to get her back. uh Winter finals. Oh, I guess it is the end of the year. Well, congrats on passing your winter finals. Was it for anything specific? It's a little too dark. No, that's okay. That green's okay. I could live with that green. What type of cancer? Uh, lady cancer. Yeah, stage 3 lady cancer. And I mean, so okay, like when speaking with the doctors, it was always just like a lot of them, the doctors were pretty like confident that they were going to be able to take care of it, and it was always they're saying, because she's young, her body's like strong, right? And because, when you're younger, you're stronger, you could it's essentially saying she could survive more intense treatments. So you know how some people go through like radiation, some people go through chemotherapy, and a lot of the times when you're older or you don't have like a good support system, you kind of have to stretch that stuff over like years, right, of treatment, and naturally it's not as effective. It's like if you have a headache, you take like half a Tylenol now, and you take the other half at the end of the day. And then you take half of the other, you know what I mean? Versus just taking like three at the same time. Um, so like what I was talking about earlier, I've come across so many like older people, and I'm just like, dude, you're like 65 years old, and you're gonna drag the next 4 years of your life getting blasted with radiation, right? Um, but like with us, we did like everything in the span of like a year, like everything compressed. We were driving up to Stanford like a couple times. It's only a couple hour drive, a couple times a week, up and down. Like we're just cramming everything together, and that's what really took care of everything. Um, so the doctors are always really confident that we're going to be able to take care of it if we were down to do all the treatments at one time, because they said that's the most effective. But older people, because their bodies aren't as strong, can't like they literally cannot survive that. It's essentially bringing you as close to death as possible legally, right? Uh, Yeah. So because we did so much of the treatment so close together, like she's like trashed. Her body was like a skeleton by the time we got like all done with it. So I used to be like really into bodybuilding and powerlifting. So I have a lot of like bro knowledge, like old school knowledge, right? Like I'm talking about like early 2000s, like Kai Green era, Phil Heath kind of, Jay Cutler era kind of knowledge, right? Um, and it's interesting because I'm in charge of her training, her therapy, and I'm actually like using this knowledge that I've learned over the years. I'm like, oh my god, I get to use this stuff for something. All I gotta say is I've not only converted her to a PC gamer, but I've turned her into a goddamn gym rat now. She's just like, all right, I'm feeling okay. We can go to the gym. I'm like, why don't you calm the fuck down and go take a nap? Like, you can't even walk. She has put on hell of muscle because now she's just like, all right, we're gonna count our macros. I was like, bitch, you didn't even know what a macro was. Like, yeah. So anyway, yeah, it does come back full circle. Anyway, so yeah, to answer the question, she's doing well. Well as one can be. It's just such a gradual recovery because, like I said, it's basically them trying to see how close they can get to killing you, you know, because that's how they effectively get rid of the cancers. Yeah. Hmm. How would you guys feel if I told you I've discovered an error in my line art that really doesn't make any sense that I didn't catch the first time, but we're gonna fix it right now. So there's this little section here, right? I never noticed this. So this is clone Charizard right here. Clone Charizard made an appearance in Pokemon Go, so I'm allowed to put him um in this drawing. Uh but you look around down here, Charizard's tail kind of vanishes, right? And his leg kind of hides behind something. I'm like, what is it hiding behind? I looks like parts of Kingler, but that doesn't make sense because Kingler should be behind Charizard. So I think I goofed that up, and I'm just realizing it now. Happy Christmas, Harry. We're gonna fix that. Ah, shit, dog. Man, Gigantamax Kingler. Yeah, see, this is worth it just for that correction. Giving myself more work. Oh man, I have to though. Now that I've seen it, I could have easily just like ignored it and not said anything. I can't do it. Man, we're only like through kind of one section of this. Imagine the kind of errors I'm hoping we don't find any errors because I was so meticulous about this. But look what happened already. We're on our second session. We're only like on one side. We'll see. Damn. Gotta go to sleep. All right. YouTube chat. Just saw this. Wow, that's a lot of Pokemon shinies to color. Yeah. And the thing is, I've already colored it non-shiny, so doing a second pass on it. Gotta go cook dinner. All right. Yeah, after we finish Kingler, I also have to go take care of some errands. My dog is getting restless. She's been asleep by my feet for like however long we've been streaming, 4 hours or whatever. Yeah. All right. Made some good progress today. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Again, the Gigantamax are going to be what takes the longest amount of time because I'm like, they're going to get the cell shading, they're going to get a lot of the detail. Everything, because they frame the entire drawing. So I want to have them have quite a bit of detail on them. All the Pokemon on the inside are going to just be flat colored. So once we get these Gigantamax out of the way, we're just going to be slanging that paint bucket around. All right. Let's go ahead and merge the layers. We'll go ahead and hit hit save. All right. So as that saves, I'm dropping a link to where you can pre-order if you're so interested. The full shiny version of this drawing will be available in my online shop for the duration of these live streams. It's a bit of a special edition kind of thing. So once the live streams are done, I'm not going to make the shiny version available anymore. So that's it. Like if the non shiny version will always be available at all times, but if you want to grab the full shiny one, um, you have to pre-order it in the shop while you can. So thank you everybody for hanging out. The file's saving right now, so this will be a good time to say goodbye, and we will come back on in a few hours. I don't know exactly when, but in a few hours. Thank you very much.